Alright, we are good to go. How is everyone doing? I hope you are having a good Monday. We are back with what should be the finale of Ace Attorney Justice for All. Oh man. We had a lot of stuff happen last time we played this. We got Adrian on the stand. We finally discovered the real killer, or at least the mastermind behind this whole case, who turns out to be Mr. Refreshing as a Spring Breeze. Matt on guard is a completely different side of him that literally just flipping his hair, you just, like completely flipping a switch. Oh man. I do hope everyone had a good weekend. Again, since this will be the finale, just a couple of reminders. Tomorrow does start a summer vacation with our first playthrough of Breath of the Wild. Should be a fun, comfy time for all. Also on Mother's Day, this coming Sunday, I will be playing Grease. I will be replaying it, the precious and wonderful emotional adventure, that afternoon. I'm not sure about a time. We don't have any plans, but I just want to make sure what time would be good. But, yeah, we're gonna replay through it on Mother's Day, and we're just gonna have a good time. So that is the plan. But yeah. Alright. Just double checking everything. Alright. Let us get into it. For the final time, Farewell My Turnabout, Part 4 of the trial. How did I get into this mess? Deja vu? You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix, right? Hold up, what? Am I back at the beginning? What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence. You are no longer worthy of your title. I am in case 4, right? I've had this dream before, someplace, some time ago, as if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. Phoenix. Now I know why. I was confused. I was almost like, I hit the right file, right? We're not going back to the very beginning of the game, but I guess it would be a waking nightmare, unfortunately. Yeah, I get the good old Steel Samurai theme to kind of sort of lighten the mood. Hello, this is Phoenix, right? You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Jerk face. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. And listen up! You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? You get that creepy slime back and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. Maya. Phoenix? Phoenix! Mia! Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. Don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of the times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please! There's nothing left. Not here. Not anywhere. Earth, that cursed on guard again. I will punt you. Just because I'm getting you a verdict doesn't mean I don't have the right to slap you, even if there are guards here in the room. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal Gumshoe. I'm so sorry. Ah, Gumshoe, I'm really, really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Let's go! Then, you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can and find the killer. We can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. True. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make this trial last longer. Have to make the trial last longer? You go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out. Now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Oh, what a pep talk. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. Oh, the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Oh! Oh, this is great. The best pep talk. Yeah! Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it. Yes, believe in Gumshoe! Alright, Edgeworth. Let's hope he catches on. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. On guard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. And you're saying that she is guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Corrido was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt on guard. Ooh, he's coming out swinging. Well, what a surprising turn of events. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya is safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Huh? Sounds like news to me. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah. Oh. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, but I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Enguarde's room. Okay, sure. Oh, poor Will. He just is a low-confidence kind of guy, I feel bad. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Oh. So he's talking about us. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Power's testimony. Talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person that Mr. Enguarde was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? All we can do, we're gonna do. First... Right. Went by himself. The defendant's room. Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort of, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright, what is it? You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? Dang it, Will. Huh? I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time. Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Is he gonna do that every time? Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room, and then... Hey, wait a minute! When and how did I suddenly get turned into the bad guy here? Okay. Are you sure that was Matt Enguarde? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the Nickel Samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And? What was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. I guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Tip? But that's a perfectly normal thing to do. So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. So who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. It's like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state, I ended up focusing on her. See. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. What do you want me to do? This is all gonna pertain to Matt. Like, we're not trying to pin this on Powers, we're trying to get information out of it. That's right, because this was the guy. This was the guy that was the one that drew Maya to the mansion, to the phone call. The question is, which to present it to? If my hunch is right. Shoot. Okay, so we're trying to point out contradictions. I can't just, like, jog his memory. Please see one more time. Together. Gave him a tip. They want me to prison. It's gone long. Oh, this might be new. Wait a second, I might know. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy. He wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Okay. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old Gramps. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from tippy-top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out. Ew! Ah! He was there! At Enguarde's house. He was that butler! What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Enguarde was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Enguarde would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief. You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright? Huh? What did you just say, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright. Nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony. Okay. Edgeworth knows what we're looking for. Let's press on the other matter, though. Maybe about the money. How much? Talks about his physical appearance. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much. Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? Oh gosh. Oh, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. It can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Nothing I can really object to here. I mean, who can argue that a fat roll of money isn't really odd? But supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida. Then the bellboy the witness saw? Yes, he was the assassin. Uh-oh. At the very least, we're not connecting him directly to his house. Hold your horses now. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the Killer. He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. Alright, well, we're extending it, so... Not Allegro yet. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of that room. Of course, when I say room, I meant Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it is your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha 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 ha. This is no laughing matter. Way to pull him back to reality, Mia. Okay. And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that. And then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 by that time? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform, after all. But, you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears? It was Juan's room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Standing still again just tends to make me really stiff. Especially in my shoulders. I don't know if it's just how I'm sitting, the position. It's like, I don't know, it's weird. I guess I just tend to be kind of just not moving when I'm playing this game. Trying to be all serious and everything. Why did he seem out of place? So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next? Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or... Let's let it slide for now. You're right. I think it's pretty unusual, too. Ah, I thought you might think so. There's no need to say anything when the defense gives up without a fight. Let's move on. Anyway, Mr. Powers, you thought the bellboy was a little suspicious, correct? Please don't be so quick to judge. Ah, but it's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief. That's quite a family thing that goes down the line. Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know? Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. Okay. So we needed to pull a fast one. Alright, thanks, Mia. Doo-doo-doo. There is nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really, really is. There really, really isn't. Can I just tell you what I really, really want? I mean, we want a guilty verdict, but I just had to make the joke. You two are done being school children. Bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness' previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth. Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? See, very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of a guest room empty-handed. I think I know what's wrong. That because my arms are like so down low and staying in such a position that it's messing with my shoulder, and staying in this position uncomfortably is what's doing it. I think we addressed this last week, but because it was last week, my brain forgot, so let's see if this helps. Raising everything since I don't have a proper desk in front of me. Oh. And Neptune. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. He'd come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed. Some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? It's like another job for the court record, and I think I know what they're talking about. But first. Yep. There it is on the tray and the glass, which Adrian used to pour a glass for him. There we go. Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Oh. Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. Liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here. Anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. Ah, but that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Corita was already dead at that time? Ooh. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? I blame you for leading me down this road. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say empty-handed? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ugh. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright, that bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, a football was made of leather. Oh man, way to throw him off the trail, Phoenix. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather? Yep. But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Ugh. Seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. Alright. Alright. We're speeding up now, that means things are getting serious. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left, without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kinda saw all that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. All of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. I mean, this is extending the trial, I would say, so... Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be a poor, underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? From the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in a sort of sneaky, spy-like... I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. I said, hold it! Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. So who took the something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? And you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. Well, it was Mr. Engarde's room, correct? It could have only been Mr. Engarde himself, I'd say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that? Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing. We gotta ask him about the thing. But first, where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Ungar's room? He opened the door to Viola Hall, went in there, and who knows after that, right? I do. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? You saw something else? There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. He was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker. I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Power's testimony just now was as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Ugh, talk about a lose-lose situation. Know what to ask him, though. He gave something to this person? Yeah. And what was this something? If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think it is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. It was interesting that he called him a client. I almost feel like that was kind of a faux pas. Like saying the client in assuming that this guy is an assassin. But either way. Mr. Powers, please, try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. A statue? Yeah. Kinda looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know? It's like for this trial to proceed, I'm going to have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. You're going to have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that? I have an idea. What was the point of that pregnant pause? Edgeworth, is that the right adjective you wanted to use? Did you mean to say, like, poignant instead of pregnant? I mean, I could understand if you were saying it's bloated. I just want to, like, I guess pause on this myself. I have a feeling he was meaning to use another adjective. Oh no. Poignant is completely off base, evoking a keen sense of sadness or regret. Although I guess he would regret having that pause, and hence he was pointing it out, but still. Hey Mike, how are you? Once again, classic Mike. Always keen to have me voice act. So let me pull up my timer. It is for 20 minutes. This should be interesting. Hey. All right. Where did that objection come from? Well, no. Where did that objection... Can't do the thing. I need to practice. It's like I'm having to pull it like way down from here at my throat. And unfortunately, it's really gummed up right now. Key, thank you for the raid. You're coming in at a perfect time. Mr. Mike has just enacted us for us to do 20 minutes of voice acting, so I'm having to draw it deep down in my throat and my heart in order to voice act for the next 20 minutes. But we are concluding, hopefully, the case of 2-4, the finale of Justice for All. And how's your stream? How are the games? And before we leave, I hope that was good. You need a gavel to get into character. Well, it's not the gavel so much. Even then, he's not really slamming it, I guess. Chaos, how are you? It's good to see you. I get all this crud out of my throat. I want to be able to do this justice. Justice for all, shall we say. Always tired felt. I do hope you can get some good rest, of course. Okay, I think I got it. Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. I almost went Yoda there, but whatever. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item? Gosh, what am I getting for Powers? Oh, hey, that's it! That's the something! Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out! I recall we found this at Matt Unguard's mansion. The defendant's house. Getting close to the end before we leave. Think we're starting to uncover some buried stories. Nice! Let me just take a second. Want to always address when people come in, when raiders and all that come in. I mean, y'all are all a part of the community as well. I just don't want to feel like I'm just breezing through stuff, but don't worry, I've got my timer paused so we don't lose out on the time spent. Oh man, well cool. Well, I do hope that that is a satisfying conclusion when you do finish it. And I do enjoy buried lore. It's always a fun thing to uncover when it comes to games, especially like ones that you don't suspect have like buried lore and stuff, and then just all of a sudden it's just right there. Well, cool. Yeah, just welcome in everyone, and again, thank you for the raid key. It is much appreciated that you bring your community over, and all of you lovely people joining her. Yeah. Alright. And I promise I won't try to, like, overlook anybody. I just want to be sure I'm doing this again. I'm doing this justice, shall we say. Oh boy. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the Killer assassinated one Corita in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. And the bear being found at Mr. Unguard's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Unguard is the killer's client. Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is the most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Ah, I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright? There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to further explore? We get a penalty for it too? I call shenanigans game. We can't say anything about the person who received the bear because we already addressed it in previously pressing it. Is that he couldn't tell who it was. Unless it was supposed to be like we could see his arm, but even then, if it was Matt's arm, it would be in the Steel Samurai costume. But then, of course, What's-Her-Face was in Nickel Samurai costume, too. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Let's ask about the bear itself, because I think it's very obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear? Mr. Wright? This was found in Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh? I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Matt Ungard who took this bear to his mansion. Why? That's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Disaster averted. Oh boy. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was Dekiller. Dekiller and Ungard were working together, so to speak. And Dekiller was hiding at Ungard Mansion as its butler. Oh, what a bold move! The bear figurine was brought back to Ungard Mansion by Dekiller himself. When it looked like he was about to be unarrested, Ungard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else. What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to... I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony. What? There's still another one. There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? Oh. It says Powers' testimony, but now... Let's just go down the line. There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of— Ah! Dang it, Powers. What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yes. Sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But that arm. It was the Nickel Samurai's arm. I swear it. You've got to be kidding! You sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Oh boy. Order! Order! It looks like you've dug your own grave. Yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matt on guard is the Nickel Samurai. We're two that night, though. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all that clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. That a client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt on guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? No? Do I? What should I do? No! Objection! There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear's figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at On Guard Mansion. However, it is possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I am saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. A real client? Yes. Is this all you have? And Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer? Sorry, chick. Take that! Adrian Andrews? Yes. We already know that she tried to frame Matt on guard for the crime. By wearing a spare Nickel Samurai costume. Ah! Then the Nickel Samurai's arm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. On Guard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. On Guard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell On Guard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. This is to save Maya, this is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is the one fight I can't give up on. Order! 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 All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? Prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright? Even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? Right. The killer did specially bring that bear to On Guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. Okay. So, then the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. Great. Well, we killed 2 hours, so... Ooh. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. Ugh. I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick! Pearls? Where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. Really strong power? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Whew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time! If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. It's only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now, but I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal, the Berry Big Circus. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map about 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry! And? I could see a mailbox under the window, just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. I felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so? Hooter, an old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. Oh boy. Let's have some time. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Ooh. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You have seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why? Why does she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, it is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Puzzle. Puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. People who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. But what kind of puzzle is this exactly? Let's do what we can. So you can take it apart? And how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. Judge, are you fiddling with the evidence? After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Ooh, this is the most interesting. Boy and his new toy, it's like he's 5 all over again. Judge, please. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what did you find after you take the puzzle? What do you find after you take the puzzle apart? Cavity. And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. This was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. It was a present from Miss Andrew. Witness? Witness? Let's continue with your testimony. Let's see. Who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt that there are many people with the same bear in this country. This looks like it could be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone, and as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. 2 of you. And of course, that means Mr. Engarde didn't know, right? And there you are. There are your 20 minutes, Mr. Mike. I do appreciate it. And I do hope that was somewhat satisfactory. It's fun to be able to flex my vocal cords, but I do still have a long ways to go. Especially when things are getting so heated. Alright. I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Okay. What you got, Edgeworth? Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there's one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? Judge? You're the one that's been fiddling with it. What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. Okay. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? No! It can't be! After all this time? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note. Suicide note? Suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts. Just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. And that's why that's over there, because I knew this was gonna come back up, dadgummit. It seems Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting. And she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order! Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by DeKiller. Everything is going at Edgeworth's pace. Now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? It's written on the note. That's right. At least, that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it's only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. Can't stop you, can I? I went through so much, just to get my hands on it. I was going to burn it, for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. Judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her notes, Celeste Impax left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Engarde. About being engaged to Corrida and Engarde's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all. That's all Miss Impax had to say. There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engarde. Then, what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. A word. That Engarde values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Hurry. It's Engarde's fault the woman killed herself. This time, whoops, how terrible, what a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. No! There was no room for doubt here. Mr. DeKiller's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note, and the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. Seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Line of hesitation, Phoenix. Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. No, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. The gavel is already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry! Suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue? Oh. He was looking for it. I don't think there's any doubt about the suicide note that he wanted it and he wanted to destroy it. There's something off about the figurine. Why would he want the figurine, though?
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. Like he doesn't care, like he's trying to get a killer off the hook. The assassin took this with him from the crime scene after murdering Mr. Kurita, at the request of his client, of course. So, what's your point, Mr. Wright? I don't think it's possible that Mr. DeKiller's client was Matt Ungar. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. You can't tell just by looking at it that this bear is really a jewelry box. The chances that Matt Ungar thought the note was inside this bear are 0 to none. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there is no reason why Mr. Ungar would ever want a jewelry box like this. On the right track. Order, order, order! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. Uh-oh. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt Ungard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And? The victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on! His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Ungard. Order! Order! Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. You... don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Choose Bug Sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Madam Guard's fingerprints were on there? Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ungard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy? Shush, stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty. Phoenix? Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What I'm going to do next? Is running away like a frightened child work? Now it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case. But in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look at the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Talking about who bought the cameras? Because I know that thinking about the cameras is that we found it, but he said that looking into the camera itself to see who bought it is a dead end. So the only way we knew that at least Matt was spying on Clarita in his room, in his hotel room, was through the purchase of the bear. Because not just anybody could purchase that bear, but anybody could purchase those cameras. I feel like that's what she's getting at. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? No, we gotta. I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor! The defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. Beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So, you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. There's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Yep. Thing he should examine. Earth should examine. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I do believe some special examination is needed, but I think the item that should be examined is the defense's gray matter. Whoops. Mr. Wright, after this trial is over, I would like to see you in my chambers. I think that there are a few things we need to discuss. Ugh! Son of a biscuit. Yes, Your Honor. If you're going to speak, at least use your brain to make up something intelligible. That's something... What makes sense here? The thought it was going to be the camera, because before that Phoenix was saying, I have it in my possession, so how is he saying that he found these cameras? The only the things I can think of presenting right now are either the figurine, because even if he saw the figurine in the camera, unless he saw Kurita open it or pull the note out, he wouldn't have known there was anything significant. Or it's the transmitter. I'm still not sure, I guess, why that would make sense. Let's try the bear.
Take that!
And biscuits. Piece of evidence, like it can't be somebody's profile. My badge, no. We're not going for round 3 of mispresenting the badge. Sorry. I feel like thinking back on the previous conversation, rather than talking about what is the game wanting to. Found the bear. If he knew that that was inside. Dang it. Oh. Now he's guilty. He is guilty! Now's not the time to get him guilty. Dang it. Biscuit. Oh. Not the figurine, it's not the camera. Not the transmitter. It's the only other thing I can think of that we're currently on the subject on.
Take that!
That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear. But But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Duh. Oh, so, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impax or not, that has yet to even be remotely confirmed. And Mr. Wright, you can't be seriously suggesting— Mr. Wright! Are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Ungard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Ah! I'm with pair of glasses. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt Ungard. I didn't know such thing. Right? You're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake? Then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means that the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. Got him. That's enough! Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? As the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. That's the case. It seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible! Isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis my butt, that's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. Ungard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 Oh, they're chanting. Okay. What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello? Gumshoe? What is with him and what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to kill her? He got away. What? Sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way I could make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. Just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Yeah, about that. You hear that? Calling for his head. You're right. I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. Can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Mr. Edgeworth. Please, you've got to buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a courtroom of law. Sorry, Your Honor, but... I am reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day.
Objection!
Go, Edgeworth. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. Can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. Wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I am asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. Not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Alright, Edgeworth. 2 more hours. It'll be 2.5 by the time we get back in there. Right? Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? Killer. Looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Report! Ah! Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time. Just spit it out. We're right. Looks like we just missed them, sir. The killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. Few things? We used any of them as evidence. Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? It's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. My hunk of junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Victims left by the murderer. Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me! No one can stop me. Gumshoe, no! What happened? Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. I have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, then the police will take possession of them. No! We can't let that happen! Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why, oh why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? Francisca. That's right! There is a way! What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this! Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like... Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca. Does she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. Verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Ooh. Oh boy. Phoenix is doing some serious reflection here. Oh boy. But we have been going for about 2 hours now. I need to stand up and take a stretch break. I suggest you all do as well. We're going to take just about 3 minutes so I can run some ads and we'll turn off those pesky pre-rolls. I do suggest you stick around. We are coming to the heated climax and conclusion of this case. I can feel it. Yeah. Give us a few minutes and we will be back. Alright, thank you everyone for your patience. Real quick, I've got something to show y'all. I want y'all. Spirit just came in from checking on his plants and working outside. And check this out. He brought me a couple of strawberries from his plants he's been raising. Look how beautiful those are. Just little perfect shapes and brightness, color, and everything. And spring is the time for strawberries, you know? So I thought y'all would get a kick out of that. I tried like a little babby one, this little tiny one that was all perfect ripe and stuff, had just the right amount of sweetness and tart. Very cool though. It's always nice to have like little fruits of your labor and stuff come in like this. Alright. So, let's continue and see what happens, I suppose. Sure to save. Save early, save often, kids. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Uh-oh. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. What? What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impacts herself. It is a fake. Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impacts, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis, however. It appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Wong Kurita. Mr. Kurita? Well, well. It looks like Miss Impacts never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he applauded to possess it. That does sound very plausible. It's theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. Everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, and it's impossible for Mr. On Guard to not have known it was a fake. Dude. What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. You kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Judge, please. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. On Guard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. On Guard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ah! Okay. So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. On Guard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. On Guard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. On Guard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Yeah. They are going at it head to head, people! Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured, it came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you were not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? The prosecution can't prove Mr. Ungard's motive through the evidence, and we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley DeKiller to commit murder. It's impossible! Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? Yes? Go on, who is it? The man himself, Mr. Shelley DeKiller. Huh? Oh, Mr. DeKiller. Wait! Shelley DeKiller? You mean the killer? Or, I mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here to the witness stand? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this all right with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I mean... I wonder if it really is all right to do this. Very well, then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. How? How, Edgeworth? How did you get him? That's not even the transceiver we were given, but... Oh my gosh. I mean, at technically the final case of Ace Attorney 1, we cross-examined a parrot as a witness, so why not have DeKiller on a radio on the witness stand? I love this game. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley DeKiller, and I'm a professional assassin. So, what is going on here? Your Honor, how can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. DeKiller will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. DeKiller himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley DeKiller. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! 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 A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. I'm here satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley DeKiller. Looks like we've run into yet another unexpected turn of events. How did he get the radio, though? Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Well, now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream. Shelley the Killer. What is he going to say? There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? Seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Great. But first, we've come this far. I've already game overed once because I blanked on what Edgeworth wasn't needed to analyze. Great. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. You know what the word first means. Sorry. Go on. Well, it appears this is one witness who can badger Mr. Wright. No, this guy is cool as steel. It's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. The trust between you and your client? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner? This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did... Yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough. Please, no more. Very well. It was only hypothetical anyway. It seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. Woo! Judge better watch himself. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. Ugh, that egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff, just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. Therapy is good, though. Nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. What am I missing, though? I don't feel like there's anything I could... I mean, the only thing is that I feel like his trust has already been broken. Since there was the camera in... There was the camera in the room. I would assume not all of his clients would record him pulling off the actual murder. Trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules? The person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can't betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck. Assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. Now then, I do believe it's about time I revealed the name of my client, don't you agree? What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida? The person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? Ooh. Edward got backstabbed. This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps. Knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. Well, you were the one who summoned this witness. You, Shelley DeKiller. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is to help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. Prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. The most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt on guard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? With the way this is going, on guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but... But Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And on guard. My client. I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley DeKiller is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. The testimony just now, it was all one big lie. It's Andrews. The suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. The testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No! That's not true! Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button, donning the Nickel Samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. No. Mr. Wright! You know the truth. Tell them! Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them! Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? I'm not gonna say anything at the moment. Your Honor, the defense requests that... It's no use. I can't. Feels like I've lost my voice. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept not guilty. You are a lawyer. No. But Matt on guard is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. I let Miss Andrews be convicted, and I am no better than on guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? You have to work. Have a good one, Chaos. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you have a good shift. And have a good day. It's trust. Thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Wait. But... that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. DeKiller. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need from me? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done. But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? Great. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and the button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. You scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. I do what we gotta do, though. What is it, Mr. Wright? Press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. I'm not thinking of hiring... Mr. Wright? Yes? You want to kill me. You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor? Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty! What an exchange. Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Ah, yeah. Well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. It goes without saying, Mr. DeKiller. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, in my business card. Oh, this card. But then no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. Really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. You should use my services, Mr. Attorney. I would suggest you plan for your alibi, too. No, I already told you. I have no intention of using your services. Ever. Why does it keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? From the very beginning. That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who had requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Engarde. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. And that's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again? As in you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? No. Excuse me? No. I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I'm the kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. True. However, you realize that this will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. The one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Okay, I think it's here. Because in her testimony was like she wasn't sure he was dead and she was pouring in the glass of juice. I think this is where I have to present it. I don't know if that means I'm gonna need to pour the juice, or point out the juice or the crime photo. Okay. Good deal. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. How? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. Glass? Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planted, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have knowledge of Mr. Kurita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Oh, right. We have to be in on it. Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. We wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Okay, we're getting there. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Okay. Talking about meeting client, it would mean meeting with Matt. And we're Allegro, so we're getting serious now. Excuse me. 1 week ago, are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time? Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. Bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Kurita's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. See. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? No, none stuck out. What the killer said sounds plausible, but in the end, it's just his conjecture. No, Your Honor, I don't think it's very important. Well then, witness, please continue. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was the brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? He said he met Adrian. Maybe something will stick out. Of course, it's very important, Your Honor. If Mr. DeKiller had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews? I guess so. You see, it is just as I said. Ugh. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Now then, would the witness please continue? So your client was Adrian Andrews? That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met. And if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. I have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. You can do that. You should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. About a delicate balance. It didn't do anything about the previous statement, so... But Adrian wouldn't have known where the bear was, because I'm sure that Matt wouldn't have said anything, and Adrian wasn't the one that was spying on his room or spying on his house. So hopefully this has to be it. The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is... the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Oh... Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. Hey, what am I looking to do here? We can press further, but it doesn't get anywhere. The only thing I think that gets a reaction is this one. At least a reaction from Edward. But I guess it's like that's confirming. It's probably just my imagination. I need to find something more definitive to catch this guy on. We believe that your testimony up to this point has been reliable. What is it? It sounds like technically we're supposed to be saying that, yeah, his client was Adrian Andrews in order to prove it wasn't Matt. Really, this is still just stalling for time and trying to get information out of him. I mean, they're making a point of it here that he said he met Adrian Andrews, which, I mean, he technically has to lie. It's like he met his client, which would have been Matt, but he has to lie and say it was Adrian. Now I'm just repeating things. I feel like I need to present evidence, but the question is, what? Just gonna have to try.
Hold it!
I've tried pressing it or saying it was or wasn't important. I think then that just gives us back to
Hold it!
this is where I'm getting stuck on, is saying that he may not. Again, like, this is where his lie is. Only thing I can think of doing. Well,
Objection!
no. Shh.
Hold it!
Hold it, Your Honor. I object to my objection and ask that you honor the worthy Edgeworth for his edge here. Oh, man. How are you, Minstrel? Also well executed. I appreciate that. What am I missing? Because even though I say that his testimony is important, it's not changing anything.
Hold it!
You're fine, haven't done much today yet. That's okay. Sometimes you gotta you gotta go easy on yourself, thinking that you don't have to just, you know, just blast out of the gate, running on your day. Yeah, I'm alright. Still a little sleepy, but thankful that it hasn't started raining here yet. It was supposed to, again, it was supposed to rain for like 6 or 7 days in a row, and so far we've only had like brief sprinkles and bits of clouds here and there, so can't complain. It's certainly warmer though. And the only thing that's stumping me right now is this right here. Definitely warmer, yep. Also good luck this particular loop. It seems tricky. It is tricky. Forecast here says rain's a-coming. Yep. Just waiting for it. Like, it's slim chances for rain, between like 30 and 50%, but still. Guess we'll see. I mean, I don't feel like I have any evidence I can present. Hmm. I mean, like, normally what I'm looking for when it's saying it's important is I expect them to amend their testimony, and then I can have a new line to press. Then by pressing that, I can maybe get to something that I could present evidence on. I mean, but now it just feels like the game is automatically saying, oh yeah, it's Adrian Andrews, when it's like, I mean, yes it is and it isn't. We were trying to get information and get the lie out of it, saying that his lie is saying that Adrian Andrews is his client. We know it's Matt. Part of the cleverness is the series is forcing you to recognize the need for lateral thinking. Try to make the leap. But if they did, there shouldn't be anything wrong.
Objection!
Yeah, 180. Yeah, I've already game overed once today from forgetting what Edgeworth was supposed to examine with the new evidence and all that previously. I mean, again, we're supposed to be pointing out the lie. Then, also that he mentioned he had suspicions why they requested certain.
Hold it!
No. Probably always remember. It's like, it's just we're all during. Grabbed them movement incorrectly. What? Which game was this, Minstrel? Interesting. A literal squirrel moment. Not a video game. Oh. Then was it like an IRL like detective? Like a whodunit thing? That is funny though. Literal squirrel moment. But that's what I call them nowadays. I mean, heck, that's what a group of my friends call it as well. You can find whole the lateral thing. Oh, that's neat though. You like to have like read through and solve those together on stream, because it would almost literally be like Ace Attorney, but reading books. I mean, I've heard and seen people read books on stream before. Dang it, what am I missing here? Because again, I'm getting them to pay attention to the details. Two things that I'm catching right now, which again is his suspicions about why the specific time, and then of course his hesitation on saying of course he met Adrian Waters, which is a blatant lie. I don't know. The Ace Attorney is known to be especially good at this sort of thing. Books can vary pretty drastically. True. Because being able to portray that in a book versus portraying it with writing and images, like in video games, can be very different. Shoot. Yeah, I hate to go around in a loop, but like, can't really pick up on what to do. I feel like I just need to start from the beginning. Because there's two places where we can say it was important. We can either say they are or they aren't. Okay, but again, and this is something else that I think I've mentioned, that Adrian shouldn't have known about the cameras. She would have known. No. She was the one that helped set up the press conference. I think the previous one. Nope, that's not it. There. In game. Of course I met the client honor. Why would everyone make you question that? Yeah. I know, that's the thing. That's again what I was expecting when it's like, you know, press further, say the statement was important, is I expect them to amend the testimony so they say something else that's different, but they're not. So I don't know. I don't know why or what it is that's missing. Because now the other thing is that of course, Adrian helped set up the press conference. So why would she want to stop that? And now they're also centraling in on the bear. But she didn't know about the suicide note. The reason she didn't is because she didn't have access to the cameras. But where do I present that? At this point, I think I may need to find or take a hint at what I'm supposed to do next, because this is infuriating. Like, I don't get exactly what it is. Like, I may have some ideas, but then it's the matter of where the game specifically wants me to present it. And sometimes it's like, I just have to go through a dialogue tree enough to, like, trigger something else. Kind of like it did the previous thing. Like, oh, you've gone through all the lines of dialogue. Wait, but then what about this? Just in case you ever encounter the puzzle squirrels, apparently avoid moving backward up trees. Instead, turn to face the direction they're sending. That makes sense, considering we have a lot of squirrels, and I've seen them do that same thing. Yeah, I'm gonna just have to take a hint at this moment, because I don't know what they want us to do. What it is I'm supposed to be clued in on. Ah, come on, game. That's so silly. That's the other thing. Okay. Why he meets his client is not important. That wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? This is what I was trying to get to, and it's the matter of, like, the threading the needle of logic that they wanted for. Yeah. Oh! It's like they think you want you to go straight in on what they're talking about, but it's because he dodged the question. Moving on. I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. Him? Who? That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. Do you know what they say about talking face to face? Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? I heard what I think I heard just now, and I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. The moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client. I'll ask again. Him? Who? I'd like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time? Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley DeKiller. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up about her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh! Somebody quick! Repair the transceiver! Oh, man. Nice blow-up, though, game. The way that people do whenever we catch him in a cross-examination. Order! Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? Adrian isn't a gender indicative name. No, it is not. Same as Chase and Taylor. Especially Chase. I've helped a girl named Chase before. What other gender indicator? Adrian, Chase, Taylor. There are a bunch. There really are. Lee, depending on how you spell it. Because even just hearing it could be L-E-E, or it could be L-E-I-G-H. That could be like a homonym, ungender indicative one. This witness testified to the following, that he always meets face to face with his clients when taking their request. He's never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. He's sweating! He's sweating oil! Oh man. Like, I love how far they went to, like, he's on two-way radio, so how do you make this appear as someone would? Like, they even got, like, the little knob with his monocle and everything in the right place, like, bravo game. It's just sitting there on the banister, too. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes. Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. There's the other, adjective. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one has stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What is going on? Shelley DeKiller, this court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed this client with another. But does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you allow me to testify once more. No, he's just going to spit out more lies. Well, time to tear him down. Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Unless it's, you can't handle the truth. Alright. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been many times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Wong Korita and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. He took this job through a letter. He didn't mention it in earlier testimony, other than he doesn't take them by mail. Means he is definitely lying. Careful, Phoenix. You break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. He believes in Edgeworth! But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now. Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. Killer met with his client? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof. I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time. For us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. Dang, Edgeworth making a pun. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I meet each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times, and now we take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail. I know that that's what email stands for, but at the same time... Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a specific insulated envelope? I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email. Email. In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and... 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. I do. Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client, which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? Oh, the radio is angry. I liked how it hopped too, like, oh my goodness. That's I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait! Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Let it go for now. The killer sounds like one sharp man. I should try to find a better way to do this without making him suspicious. Let's continue with the testimony. Witness, if you please. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once? I did, once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine. Yes, I see. Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. Mask? Nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing. Sharp man when he has a knife. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? One thing does sort of stick out at me, Your Honor. Witness, I think you most definitely saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Power's testimony. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his Nickel Samurai costume. Matt gave the bellboy a tip. You received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. On Guard, and at that time he was not wearing his Nickel Samurai mask. Ooh. Okay, good. Order? Order! Yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness. Yes, that night I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips that night for carrying juice to the various rooms. Is that so wrong? Huh? The man who gave me that tip was not my client. He was probably just a very generous person. I'm sorry, but sadly we are not nearly so generous here. If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Oh, the deja vu. And isn't his salary more than enough for one man? And where's your evidence that the large roll of cash was not, in fact, a tip? Come, Mr. Edgeworth, show me the money. What is with the movie references? What? Mr. Attorney. Yes? You know, I think your line of questioning has been a little strange. In fact, I would say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is a client. Oh, no, it's not like that at all. I just think lies aren't a good thing, you know. Oh, I know and agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. I think we are on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, if I feel threatened in any way, I am free to cut contact at any time. I'm sorry, please forgive my foolishness. Only you were this apologetic all the time. Anyway, I do not see a huge contradiction here. Therefore, you may continue with it. We must reach the end of our rope here. Huh? Seems like we're still okay to me. That's exactly what is so bad. At the rate we're going, we will end up completely destroying the killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that will put us in. Oh, yeah. we can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. The other thing we can do is, what's it? Things get concerning. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your clients requested were. It's truly that important. I suppose I don't have much choice. The bear figurine. Bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. Gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. Okay. That was just meant to scare you. I found this figurine at Mr. Engard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Engard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? I've got to. So, the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews, but I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. You want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. Right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Oh boy. This is our only line. This is our only line of questioning right now. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine. And she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Engard Mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. She was in the... She wasn't there. She shouldn't have been there. She shouldn't have been at the crime scene. just got back. Why are we talking to a radio? Because this is how we were communicating with Shelly the Killer. Somehow, Edgeworth got a phone call and got him to cooperate in being a witness, but now he's betraying Edgeworth and saying it was not our client who truly is the murderer. So now we're trying to get the truth out of him without tipping him off and cutting contact and taking care of Maya. She couldn't have been there. This has to be it.
Take that!
Frick. Bah.
Hold it!
So I may or may not be suspicious of right, so it's a tricky dance, yes.
Take that!
Ah. Like, I feel like I'm on to what he wants me to say, but... Man, logic is hard, yo. Son of a biscuit.
Take that!
This has to be it.
Hold it!
And there's the contradiction. No use. As long as I can't put my finger on the central problem here, pressing this witness any more would be extremely dangerous. Here's that Mr. Wright has no problems. Shoot. I mean, my one thing is that she couldn't have been the one to receive the bear figurine because she was in Juan's room. So him trying to say, oh, it was him, or it was her because she was in the Steel Samurai costume. Damn, where do you want me to go with this? I mean, like, sometimes they come to a false conclusion where it's like, you know, oh, you can present evidence, but that's not what you should have been doing. But I feel like this is where the game is leading me, but I don't know what evidence it wants me to present. Say that that wasn't her. I think I'm dumb. If this is what I think it is, I think I'm dumb. Okay. Found this again. Because she told us. I'll let the game tell. Shelley to kill her. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. I was going to burn it, for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order, order, order! So that's where you two are going. By the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Woo! And Edgeworth has to make the point because he's the one trying to frame Matt, not us. Order, order, order! Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not. That's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please! Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No! No. Please. Not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think that there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... the prosecution What has come over everyone? Even you are. Prosecution rests. What is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Just because something looks obvious afterwards does not mean it was obvious in the moment. That is true! That is very true! Again, it's along whatever lines of thinking that this game wants me to go down that I get lost in it. It's like, okay, I know the point I'm trying to prove is that she didn't receive it. But I was thinking it was because she wasn't there. Is that the note still exists. Yeah, know that it's obvious in the present, and in hindsight is like, what happens? Is what happens with this game, is sometimes you don't know what kind of logic they want you to prove. Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. Prosecution rests with no further questions. Then, the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Ungard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. And Miss Andrews will be charged with murder. The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ungard, to the stand. Items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it's like our time has run out. The outcome now lies in your hands. Ugh. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Huh. The mask has fallen. So I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Ungard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap, it's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? You better get Ungard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die. If I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. If I say he's guilty or not guilty, either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. Of course, the other big trick of lateral thinking puzzles is to lead someone so far off track that the answer seems impossible. True. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Ungard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right? I can't do this, but I have to decide something. Doing this for a reason. Explain. Something I know. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Ungard, is... We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Ungard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, sorry. Matt Ungard is...
Objection!
Franziska von Karma! What are you doing here? Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here, in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is. It's gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I've thought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. These items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please. Yeah, we hope Gumshoe's injuries are minor, despite getting into a car wreck. These pieces of evidence are items left by DeKiller during his escape from the police. Must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. DeKiller left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I need a miracle. No. Sure of it. That is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does DeKiller's pistol have anything to do with this case? No, because his pistol was just what he used to shoot Franziska. It wasn't used in this case, so... Pretty sure there was no gun involved in this case. There's no real benefit to hearing about it. Please present the next piece of evidence. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. That DeKiller took that from Ungard Mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. DeKiller went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from DeKiller. Shelley DeKiller is no ordinary man. Whoa. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. A uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. No doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform. What is that? There's a button missing on this uniform. A button? It is a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. Just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please, allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix? Do it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. You have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try. For my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of the situation for us. 2! First, make Ungard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Ungard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Ungard. If the killer would no longer think of Ungard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He is a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence? The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have all seen the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. There's one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? It's got a mildly evil idea. Hold off for now. Yes, please do. Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Hold up, hold the phone. This is serious. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
Objection!
I've already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence. I am not saying it is for us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. And you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Oh. Please, Your Honor! Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance? Please, show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible to turn the situation around in one try. One try. That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think! There must be a way to save Maya while taking Enguarde down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show the evidence to? I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Right. Looks like I managed to convince him. Hang on. Just in case. I have logic, Chad, you'll see. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. Thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who? Who was it that placed a camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt Enguarde film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime. Wanted blackmail. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley the Killer? Oh! It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes. You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then that client would become my next target. For the honor of the Tequila name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. See? That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright? Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you, your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. Woo! This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I am sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness and... What? Miss on Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. Ungard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict if you please. Is that alright with you, Mr. Wright? Finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Lead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. Again, I have logic chat. Hold on. Congratulations, Mr. Madangard. Please make sure to savor every moment of what little time you have left. Your Honor, as always, the defense pleads not guilty. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Matt Ungard. Please wait. What's the matter? If I get a not guilty, I'll be killed. I'm No! Guilty, 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 guilty! Ooh, got some fingernails, I say that. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. We? I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt Ungard? I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he is getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. First time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. Must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. But, after that, I was alone at the detention center. That's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I really am happy that you two are in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Aww. Looks like we've resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that. What's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matt Ungard. Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer. Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she is quite safe. She is on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Ah, Mystic Maya is safe! Oh, you did it, you really did it, Mr. Nick. Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Thanks. Oh! What's wrong? It's Von Karma. About earlier. Thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling? Mr. Phoenix, right? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth. My own personal victories and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then... 1-4. It was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I call my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold in everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. Truth? Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? Man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Ah! Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? Really let me down. He disappeared. I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with is because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool! Then Miss Von Karma? I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Ziska threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else. Ah! Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she was saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Okay. Nick! Maya! Maya! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Oh, that's sweet. Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. Sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're alright. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Heh. Right. Alright. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick! Food! Grub! Chow! I'm starved! I'm so hungry even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please? If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food! Oh. Going to the hotel. Phoenix presses his luck just as hard as he presses witnesses. True. Catching up on all the chat messages. Yeah, that is certainly something to go through, for sure. I thought they said Gumshoe had minor injuries. What's with his head? Is it a head injury a non-minor injury? Or I guess if he only, like, barely got away with a concussion or something, but still. Here's the spike speaking out, yep. Hey, pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. You hit a telephone pole? You were talking about running all these red lights, and instead you run into a telephone pole. That means you veered off the road. A telephone pole? And it wasn't a red light that got him? You did it again, city boy. I feel like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor, don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? You don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight, even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now, everyone gather around. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal, amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Huh? Me? Really think so? Right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Well, you know, it's... Oh. Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item. Oh, come on, y'all, it's over. Oh boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why did she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Oh, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. Ah. Sure is nice to finally see both of them smiling again. Oh. Huh? What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough. Wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Give hugs. I know! Friends need hugs, dang it. Too bad hugs aren't evidence, also true. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. Right, because she was the prosecutor in the beginning, and then she was also the one that got all this evidence to us. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya? Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly? Would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. I kinda already put your name on the bill. Huh? Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for $3,000. Huh? 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 Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Huh? 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 Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Aw, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out. This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I've heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright then. You say so.
Objection!
Oh man. I love this game. You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. Oh, Maya. So yeah, now we get the epilogue. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. Pearl! I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case. Pearl, please! Child! Oh, man. Man, this actually took a lot longer than I was anticipating. Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. Heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it! Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. How did she make a reservation at her age? I don't know. Hotels in Japanifornia or whatever. It's technically Japan, but I think the game's treated it like LA. I'm Maggie Bird, I'm retiring, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. That's a change, but I hope she's happy about that. You. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Haughty. Ho ho. Recently? Yes, that girl, you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, if I even laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes. Freaking Haughty. It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweeties, and to let the world know we are serious. I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Moe's jokes. Oh, snap! Dang, the shot's fired. There wasn't even a gun in that case, and yet Max is pulling out zingers. I'm ready. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Moe Curls represent. We've got our new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Hey, something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. Oh boy. What's this? Dratch, just an ordinary electric razor recharging on its stand. I can't believe this. Really? How long do they plan on making me do this? But it was Edgy Poo's idea, so that means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty. Any man who heard about me, for the pain in my heel, they could feel the burn. Speaking of burn, playing with fire is dangerous because of them. The 3 words they stored the scenery were burned right down to the ground. Oh, Wendy. Yeah, they probably did forget about her. But you know what? I don't think anyone regrets it. Oh boy. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right, I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. Said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. I say a blog's so concerning. I don't know. I guess because there's a 3rd game? It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. Well... National departures? Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know it was here? With this? That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I can promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things. It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Siska. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what, and failure, such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius, there's no doubt about that, but me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. May not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. Have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. See, you know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. It's like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. You say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path. And this is where we part ways, Francisca von Karma. No! She's still a young girl. Having all these pressures and everything on her, and having her way of life flipped on its head. I am Francisco von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. You had better you better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Oh. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. That was the fourth piece of evidence and Maya's drawing. Oh! He was thinking about her friend and coming through for her. Then, of course, Francisca's taken with him. Man! What a good conclusion. Okay, where was it, though? There was one thing I wanted to do. Now I'm trying to remember which take it was. So bear with me. There is one last thing I wanted to do.
Objection!
Oh, wait. Wrong one, I think. I think I might have screwed it up. No, I think this is it. Oh, no. Okay. I did have it right. I was a little spoiled on something that had to happen.
Objection!
And I forget how I found this out. There's one other option you can choose. I think. Instead of showing the tape to the killer, yes. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't have anything to say to this. How about you, Miss Von Karma? Well, I was just shot, so... I'm afraid I cannot allow the defense to continue. What? No one understands what you were talking about anymore. Wait, please, one more chance. That is enough, Mr. Wright. I will now state my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Matt Ungard, not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned. Okay, we got it. Just like that, the case came to an end. I ran away from the courtroom and wandered the streets alone. I never saw Maya again. The killer is a man of his word, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. The miracle never happened. Maybe it was never meant to. because a miracle is something that doesn't exist. Bum bum bum! There we go. That was why. It was for the little achievement. Because that is a different path that you can take. Either by accident or whatever it is. But yeah, if you don't present the right evidence, that is what happens. It's a little aside, or a little alternate ending, if you will, I suppose. I was a little spoiled to that, I will say, but I forget where I was supposed to do it. And I couldn't remember if it was saying he was not guilty, or saying the wrong evidence and such, but I'm glad at least we got there. I knew it was somewhere, but I forget how I figured out where it was. But I just knew that there was an achievement, there was the alternate ending and all that, so that could have happened had I made the wrong decision, but you know, firing on all cylinders and just going straight with what the right path was what we wanted to do, so. But, oh man. I wasn't sure how long this conclusion was going to take us, because I know normally each proceeding is at least like an hour to an hour and a half, but man, I love the Ace Attorney series. Like, it is so freaking good. And I know, like, this is saying that this is probably the weakest game out of all of them. Like, it's still good. It still has its high points. It still has its humor, its twists and turns and things. Like, this was definitely, like, a great case to go out on versus, like, how 2-3 ended up. I mean, even 2-2 with, like, Maya and her aunt and Pearls and everything was still really good and all that. But we're not completely done with the Ace Attorney series just yet. We still have Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, which I have heard is the strongest, arguably one of the strongest games in the entire series. It's almost up there with what I've heard is Ace Attorney 6, which that's on down the line. Please, Capcom, make a Ladder series trilogy, please. That would be amazing. Or, I don't know, announce Ace Attorney 7 or something or other. One or both, but at least give us a trilogy, a means to play this, kind of like this, with a trilogy on Steam. But, again, I have heard that Trials and Tribulations is one of the absolute best, and then it has even one of the best ending trials. Like, that 3-5 is, like, almost bar none, one of the best cases in the entire series, the entire franchise, and that's saying something. But, to make a long story short, that is going to be a while, because as I've kind of like to space it out, like when we played Ace Attorney back in like January, like the beginning of the year, and now we've wrapped up Justice for All here at the beginning of May, we've got summer to look forward to now, so we're going to step out of the courtroom and go on summer vacation. You see the transition segue I did there? And go on summer vacation. So, we are going to be starting my Breath of the Wild first playthrough tomorrow. Seen it, never played it, want to play it, and just experience it for myself and see what a gem that game is. We're also going to be playing a bunch of other little fun games. I'm still doing SMRPG Randomizer at least once or twice a week. Like, we've got a lot to look forward to, but I do hope that you will join us again in this courtroom when we do take on Trials and Tribulation. I will try to announce it at least a week ahead of time, because again, I know this is like the big thing with all the accolades I've heard about Trials and Tribulations. So, if you've enjoyed yourself, I do encourage you to follow. If you want to continue to know what we are up to, I also encourage you to join the community Discord. So you'll get going live notice, you'll know the schedule, you'll get announcements when we're playing games like Trials and Tribulations, when we're playing other up-and-coming games, when I'm doing Final Fantasy VII Remake Cosplay Edition, all that fun stuff. But oh man, like, this was just so good. Like, I can understand why they see this case as the weakest, or they see Justice for All as the weakest, just because of 2-3. Like, the first half of 2-3 was pretty annoying, but towards the very end, like the last like quarter of it was really good, and I think it wrapped it up most nicely with redeeming all the characters and even the annoying ones for the most part and such. And then this final case was really good with its twists and turns and such. But in some of the characters, some of the cases were a little weak. The music wasn't as good. And I know after coming off of Ace Attorney and its soundtrack and courtroom music, like, oh, that was so freaking good. So it wasn't as strong this time around. So at least those two or three things stand out to me as to why this might not have been as strong as a game as the previous one. But again, we will make up for it, I am sure, with trials and tribulations when we get there. But oh man, yeah, I am definitely ready to get out of the courtroom after all that. Because, ugh, my brain. Oh man. Yeah, I hope you will all join us again when we do face the courtroom next time.